There we go. So yeah, where we left off. Let's do some of this. It's going to be one of these URLs, right? Domain term. That's the one. We'll create some issues. Yeah, I don't know if I care about issues at the moment. Now we'll just do it internally in the app. So we'll create a notes file. Planning.md. And what are some things we want to do? Implement caching. Reorganize code to use daemons. Long-running loops, or let's say intervals that pop items off their respective queues. And yeah, no worries. Coding with strangers. Appreciate you. Thank you for the lurk. So yeah, implement caching, reorganize code to use daemons, right? Long running intervals that pop items of off their respective queues. Implement TUI using blessed or shit. Inc. Add queue for doing search lookup. All right. So, yeah, I think implement caching is our number one first step. Reorganizing the code to use daemons. We can definitely do that part. Right. We want to add a queue for doing search lookup. Yeah, I mean, we could just do it using Playwright. I think re-architecting the TUI probably comes after the daemons. I think this is the order I want to do these things in. Oh, and before we do any of this, well, maybe it's after this part. Actually, no, during this part. Save results to files. Okay, so yeah, for people that joined in from the raid and for people just joining that maybe weren't here on Saturday, the idea is we give the CLI tool a word and it goes and grabs all the translations for those words. And then from there, we start looking to see if those domains are available. And then after the domains are available, we want to maybe do a Google search and see if, even if the domain's available, maybe there's some project already named it. And we also want to implement social lookups. Yeah. Yeah, that's the main goal. Yeah, I've got another thing that I use for doing like synonym lookups, and you're welcome to use that. So if you wanted to name it Guardian, well, yeah, like Guardian itself is taken a lot, but if you put the word get in front of it, then you can do get attendant, get Cerberus, etc. And those are available. But this doesn't tell you anything about, like, well, are these things actually in the space that we're in because we don't want to violate anyone's trademarks. Smexy, we built the on-screen chat years ago when I only streamed to Twitch. That source code is now gone because of a failed drive, so it is what it is, and we're not changing it. In the future, we might add YouTube chat, but it's not a big priority. Like, I'd basically have to rebuild the entire chat. And I just have other projects that are more important. All right, so what do we want to use for storage? There's LowDB. We could also use SQLite. I don't necessarily like the idea of SQLite, though. Just because, like, building the schemas and doing all that stuff really does kind of slow us down, and it could just be a key value store. Thinking low DB makes a lot of sense because the data is just easy to crawl. All right. And then, yeah, what I actually want to do then is when we're getting to this point, what we can do is watch a file for changes. And update the queues. Yeah. All right. So I kind of like this idea. We're going to bring in low DB. And what's up, Array of Hope? How you doing? Thanks, Mexi. Yeah, I like the chat too. Yeah, it would be nicer if I had support for YouTube for sure. Oh, I like this. Oh, this seems cool. What? Come on, low DB. Your docs aren't even up to date. Come on. Project's going well. How about you, Ray of Hope? Working on a side project? Nice. And yeah, what's up, Ode? How you doing? So yeah, adapters aren't the way. So yeah, looks like there is no default. We're just using Google. Yeah, I don't know if it's a public API or not, but it works. And but yeah, the part we're doing here for the translation, Google does expose just an endpoint we can use to fetch that. I don't know if it's an official API or not, but it does work, and we'll just keep using it till it breaks. Whatever. The default data goes here. Got it. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do the Lodash chain stuff. As far as posts go, this is not even close to accurate. So what we want to do here is so domain cache. This is going to be translation cache. What other caches are we gonna need? For now, I guess it's those two. Oh, so this is LL, or let's say webified cache. Yeah, so domain cache, webified cache, translation cache. Search results cache. This is just a string. Ratings cache. Okay. So this is who is lookup results. LLM webification results. Google Translate results. Google search results. And I think there's one more, right? Like the search results come back, but and this is search evaluation cache. Yes. Now, this is going to be a record string, but then it maps to another record. And actually not a record, it maps to an object. The object has is available Boolean. I think that ends up being all we need. Because really, we can just get a function. Right, like my main goal is if I stop the entire like CLI process and restart, we pick back up where we left off. So all of the previous evaluations stay there and we're good to go. And then at that point, there's maybe just like a thing we want to do to output the results. And yes, okay, so I like this so far. Yeah, so what we got to do here is all of that. So then that works fine, and this is our database. Post goes away. Okay, so then what I'm thinking is back here, we're going to have a couple different things as far as like our commands go. So this one is actually going to be run. There's going to be another command we want to make. Actually, we'll do get there. So let me just copy the whole thing. And instead of get, it'll probably be results, but yeah, I think the usage is actually wrong. All right, so then this other one is run. And what's up, Connor McChicken? I like that name. That's a solid one. Run the daemons to scan for domains. Right. We don't take any args. Makes sense. Yeah, what's the right way to do this as a long-running process? Where we're just constantly scanning. I think it's just a bunch of set intervals, right? What's up, Fishman? And there you go, Connor. Good job. Yeah, that's a pretty common thread here in this chat, right? A lot of people come in thinking that they need to figure out the one true language so they can get a job. It's not how that works. The first language you learn doesn't matter. No, Fishman, I'm streaming to Twitch as well. I was asking what you're saying boo about, though. Are you saying boo as in like trying to scare us or something? Like a ghost? Exactly, Treff. And also, it'd just be nice to have a tool that does this anyway, right? Like, I have other things I'm going to want to build too. All right, so const translation queue, const search queue, rating queue, webification queue. And what did you say? Flare control? I mean, the Cloudflare API is already done. Like, yeah, that part's totally done already. We don't care. Meh. All right, so this is going to be const yeah, domains.text UTF-8. And yeah, we don't want to do sync for any of this stuff if we can avoid it. I'm not even using OpenAI. I'm just using the OpenAI SDK to communicate with LM Studio locally. And yeah, so we copied all of the stuff that's in that other one. We're going to delete all of this code. Then here we get domain file contents. We split and and this isn't domains, actually. This is base words. We split that. And no, we're not doing that. We do need to give these types, though. Yes, a translation queue. That is a string array. Let me get more music going first. Okay, so then, yeah, for each base word we get... Yeah, let's do these in, like, the order they're actually done. It's already on GitHub, but we're doing a major refactor. So, I mean, use at your own risk. I don't plan on documenting it much, anything like that. Not yet, at least. Oop, wrong place. And I don't know about public domain, but if anything, I would MIT license it. But yeah, like, there's nothing novel or special I'm doing here. We did have Dylan Mulroy come in from Vercel the other day, and it seems Vercel's going to be doing some stuff like this too. All right, so then here, what we want to do is we want to bring in the database. Okay, Kodo, you are just really not good. We are getting rid of Kodo, or at least just disabling it. Now, this is almost one of those things where I should probably be using Cursor or Windsurf or any of those other things, just cuz. Honestly, this is the fun part, though. This one we'll do as just a for each, because that doesn't matter. But yeah, this is db.chain, or maybe, it's fine. Dot, what is it? Get. I wish this gave us more type safety. Let's look at the low DB docs one more time. My opinion on Vercel in general. I think there's a major reason why they beat out Netlify. I think Netlify, number one, focused too much on enterprise customers and like massively nerfed their amount of DevRel. Whereas Vercel, maybe they don't have like a big official DevRel department, but their entire leadership team makes social content, so they're kind of filling that void themselves. So Lee Rob and Guillermo are really, really like doing a great job of filling the DevRel void, which I think is genius. I think some of their side stuff is interesting too, like V0. I disagree with the way they push Next.js as the everything framework, because it isn't. Next.js is actually a niche framework that they're trying to convince us belongs everywhere. So I disagree with some of that stuff. But I don't know. They've got some good UX. Next is awesome. For what it does for static sites, it sucks. It's really annoying to deal with for static sites. Like, it's just a bad developer experience. There's all this, like, intrinsic knowledge that you need to be able to do that. The whole use server, use client stuff is really annoying. I believe in the idea of serverless, personally. There are certain things that should not be serverless, right? Video encoding, things like that. Twitch found that out the hard way. But for the majority of applications, being able to scale to zero is important because getting users is the hard part. If you're an indie hacker, scale to zero is the most attractive thing you can find. If you're hosting a small internal application, scale to zero is one of the most interesting things you can find. Right? The amount of maintenance, pretty much zero. If you're trying to build the next eBay, well, yeah, not everything should be serverless. Duh. You know? Trying to build the next Twitch. Like, sure, I get it. But honestly, the majority of software development out there, serverless is probably the best approach. Because in the same way, right? Like, why would you want to spin up a server for some bullshit marketing site that just wants to handle an email capture? That email capture should probably be a serverless endpoint, right? And that's like the majority of the web. That's probably like 90% of websites out there. Something that could be static content that just needs a quick and easy form. The cost, the maintenance. Fargate can scale to zero. That doesn't include your database, right? And ECS, EKS, sure, but it's just way more stuff you got to deal with. If you're just doing an email capture, serverless is the way to go. And that is the majority of websites out there that need backends. Expecting someone to get skilled with ECS, EKS, right? Like, you want to spin up a backend for a marketing site that just does email capture, and EKS is your approach. No. No, I'm sorry. No, I fundamentally disagree. Kubernetes is the infrastructure you would reach for a simple email capture. Are you saying that with a straight face right now? Maintaining EKS isn't free. The domain knowledge to even get into that dashboard and understand what you're seeing is not free, and that's actually one of your most expensive engineers at that point. A push it and forget it serverless function is perfect for that use case. It's not even about sending the email. It's just about receiving the email to store it in something like HubSpot or whatever, right? Like, really, you should just be using a HubSpot form. But you can't send to HubSpot forms from the front end because they don't do cores. So you need something to just proxy that. Serverless is a perfect use case. Anything other than serverless for that use case, I really question the architecture decisions. Personally, just saying. Satvik, you're still misunderstanding. This isn't about sending an email. This is about collecting an email to store for later when you want to do marketing bullshit. That is the majority of the internet. Websites that just do that. All right, so how do we use the Lodash stuff again? So I don't like that this is not type safe. Send from code? Wait, what do you mean by that, Axel? I'm not even talking about sending an email. Okay. Yeah, just storing someone's email address. Sure. All right, so I'm already a little upset with our database abstraction because we don't get type safety from this. Anyone know of a good way to do this? I just want Lodash's chain functionality, but I want it to be type aware. ES Toolkit? I recognize some of those photos and everything. Type ORM? That's for like full-on SQL query stuff, right? I'm just using LowDB, which is just a JSON store, basically. So yeah, this is a little much. We could just switch to SQLite. The JSON functions in SQLite. Yeah, but would you get full type safety out of that? Okay, so ES Toolkit looks like an option as well. Let's try Ramita. I hope it's just Ramita. It is. Oop. Oh, this doesn't even have get. God, it'd be so much nicer if the Lodash just worked. Let me just see if Lodash ES makes this a little better. Ugh. Oh, you know what? Hold on. And we'll do it for ES as well, just in case. I don't think that part matters. But here we go. So then if we go back to here, okay. Okay, that's not bad. So yeah, the start of the application will end up having to go through all of the existing stuff, right? And yeah, real quick, Treff. Yeah, I hope I didn't bum you out with the way I was responding. I really don't see a use case where ECS EKS is the right move for like something very simple. So yeah, all right, just making sure. I was being a little hyperbolic in my phrasing, so I get it. All right, so if no existing translations, we push the base word to the translation queue. And we're fetching from this base words dot text. Yeah, no worries. I could be nicer, you know. Um, so hold on. Base. And instead of that, I think exists doesn't actually exist, which is fun. All right, so we do that bit. And then, yeah, all of these intervals are going to do their own thing. Right, and we do something very similar where what we end up doing is we'll call it word to, yeah, we'll just call it word. All right, so then this is where we do get translations. Yeah, this is async. And yeah, that part we'll wait on. So yeah, for each translated word we get, and yeah, we want to do this every 3 seconds. We'll start to stagger these cues a bit. Or the intervals, I should say, but yeah, for now I think we're good. So if we have a word that we have shifted off the translation queue. Now, hold on. Yeah, we check for existing translations. Otherwise, we push it to the translation queue. There is a little bit of a waterfall between these things, but some of these are going to take longer than others to complete. Or some of these are going to get throttled quicker. Yeah, what is the Cloudflare rate limiting? Thought we had that somewhere. Nope. API token limits. Here we go. So this is basically 200 per second or 1200 every 5 minutes. Five times 60 divided by 1200 is 0.25. Okay. So every quarter of a second, if we make that every 300 milliseconds for the whois lookup from, I mean, we'll just pad it and do 500. Yeah, exponential backoff is going to be a little more work because right now we're just doing like a hard-coded interval. Unless you know of a good library that has that rate limiting exponential backoff stuff actually set. But I don't know. Yeah, that part makes this way more complicated. If we can just fudge it, then it's not that big a deal. So I would agree, rate limiting would be the right way to do it. But a good enough way is just making sure that our interval is fine, you know? And I'm thinking if we set it to 500 milliseconds per domain name that we do a whois lookup on, then we're good to go. Ain't no thing. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I think we're just going to use what I want for now. It's good enough. We can always make it better later. This is basically proving out the idea. I do not use Cursor. I've used it for one thing so far. I don't think this is something that I would benefit from Cursor because I don't 100% know what I want. Lil Seth, no, I have not decided on the name because we're building the tool to help us decide upon the name. The tool isn't done yet, so we're not done yet. All right, so yeah, the next step in the chain is then to do the webification. But yeah, we're working on it. This is also just kind of fun. It's nice to just get out there and build something new from scratch. There's a few like new things from scratch we're gonna have to do. I also need to create a video for Highlight about how to instrument a Next.js application. I know, I get it. I don't use Next.js that much. I don't think it's that valuable. But the thing we're going to instrument is actually their e-commerce store. And I'm probably going to do it as a mock of my like swag store. Because I plan on creating some swag and doing that, but also like getting custom beanies made and possibly some other stuff after that, right? Like I'm going to get some stickers made. I don't know. We'll set up a swag store. Because why not? And there is definitely like a Next commerce or something like that that allows you to wrap fourth wall. Fourth wall would do shipping to the UK. I would probably then also do shipping to the UK, but they'd have to ship in separate packages. If you ended up buying like a shirt and stickers and a beanie at the same time. So yeah, how that works would be tricky. But really, we'll just do it in a simple way. We'll probably host it on Vercel, because why not? And yeah, like highlights core customer bases using a lot of Next.js. So, yes, it will be a sponsored video. It'll be some sponsored content. I'll be doing it to build out my own e-commerce store. Would I be using Payload CMS with that? No, I would be using Fourth Wall. Like, I don't think Payload is a good idea for a swag store anyway. But yeah, like first and foremost, what we're going to do is going to be theoretical because I don't have the business created for it yet. But I should do that here pretty soon. Yeah, I've heard of Printify. I like Fourth Wall more. I like the quality of their product. I'm wearing a Fourth Wall hoodie right now, and it's amazing. Right? Good job, Growth Book. Thank you, Graham from Growth Book. But Fourth Wall is also nice because you can also do your own stuff through it as well. So yeah, Fourth Wall does print on demand, but also allows you to sell your own stuff. That sounds huge to me. The initial MVP, I don't know. We'll see. I might just limit it to US. I don't see why I'd have to do that, but I don't know. We're still a ways off from that. I get it. That's fine. But if I can't do my own stuff, then it just doesn't work. Exactly next programming. I don't know about like full on trademark. Like, that's not a bad idea. We could get that into planning. That's not a bad idea either. No, I understand what print on demand is, Larobi. I want my own products that I can ship as well. Right? The beanies I'm going to source wholesale because I want to actually have a beanie I like rather than just trusting Fourth Wall to do it. And eventually, yeah, the profit margin is way higher if I source some of these things myself. Like sourcing my stickers, I'm going to have to do anyway because I want quality stickers too. I want to be able to do at least a portion of my products wholesale. Beanies, I am particular about. Like a lot of the print on demand beanies suck. Like really, really badly. And I have a screen printer here in Seattle that I trust. So yeah, I'd rather support local business as well. All right, so existing webification. Okay, so one thing I want to do is right now, we're doing this every 3 seconds. But instead, I want to loop through and skip. Right? If we don't have, or if we have an existing webification, I just want to skip this one and we pop it off. And then the moment we do hit one, we can return. I feel like for every word in the translation queue, it's not going to be that big a deal. Not checking meaning. We know what the word means. We just want that word in other languages. Right? So, like the word quota. There's also other languages that spell the word quota like KVOTA, which could be a legitimate business name, but we don't know yet. So we want to figure that stuff out. Yeah, the way that we're naively doing these intervals. Okay, so for this one, it's not going to be a big deal. Every 3 seconds to go get a translation, or if the word's already there, we just bail out. This one doesn't matter because it's not going to be that many words anyway. But then once we start dealing with the translation queue, technically, no, this isn't going to be translation queue. This is going to be webification queue. And we don't want to push base word. Oh, wait, no. No, this part's fine. So that is translation queue. So then this is the translation queue shifting. We check for the webification of it. Otherwise, we push the word, which would be this. And we could actually do that. And we'll just do this too. So yeah, this goes through all of the translations we've gotten for a specific word. Oh, and yeah, I missed your 3 stream streak. Appreciate you. Yep, we push the cleaned word. So then our next queue. if word there, get webified words. Hey, how's it going, Talons? Hmm. Right, we want to push the translation itself. So the webification queue is actually translation. But yeah, I hope you're doing well too, Talons. How's the rest of your stream the other day? Okay, so this becomes translation again. Picked NixOS back up to fragment and update. Having fun with NVIDIA. What do you mean by having fun with NVIDIA? Like bad drivers? As is tradition? And hold on. So we do word right there. If word and we'll do this. If no word, return. And then it's existing translations. NVIDIA makes you miss CRT monitors. Why? So you can hit the degauss button? Like, I love that sound effect degauss used to do. And we want to do this as a let. Oh, a Chris bobblehead would be a great idea. Exactly, Hunar, right? Like, once I have an e-commerce store set up, then I could do all sorts of stuff like that. I also want to do like a cursed mug where like in the center of a coffee cup, right? You would like as like it's on the bottom in the center of a coffee cup, so as you're drinking it, it slowly reveals uh this emote, right? So it like scares you while you're drinking your coffee or whatever. Like it just slowly reveals as you're getting to the bottom. I think that'd be fun. Oh yeah, exactly, Hunar. Yep. I think that'd be good. Yep, exactly. Yeah, there's a bunch of branding stuff. I'm not big enough to necessarily warrant it, but if I can find good good wholesaling for it, or maybe just like start 3D printing it, like maybe that's what I use a 3D printer for or something. Like for the bobblehead, that could work. But yeah, the coffee mug thing would be tricky too. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is about just like sourcing it. But I'd want to do it in a way that I could still be like profitable with it. Does mean I'll end up sitting on a bunch of coffee mugs at some point though, right? Or if I get mass produced bobbleheads, I'll be sitting on a bunch of bobbleheads at some point. Beanies I don't mind, because then I always got a beanie. I mean, storage just costs space in my apartment. That's not a big deal. Like, I got space for this stuff. I'd have to clean up a bit, maybe get rid of a bunch of junk, but I got space for that. That wouldn't be a big deal. I got a bunch of stuff I could get rid of. I'm a little bit of a hoarder. Like, I'm not thinking about getting like hundreds of thousands of these things, you know? That's not going to be a big deal. But yeah, so translation cache is string translation. Yep. I'm not sure about these. And yeah, these should actually go in the order they're going to be used. I think that makes sense to me. Yeah, that's what that would end up being. Ah, that makes sense. And then, yeah, search results cache. I'm not sure about how we want to do these caches yet. But these ones we can at least do. And I'm not too terribly worried about denormalizing the data or any of that stuff. So yeah, then here we do this. Get existing translations. If no existing translations, we do that. Hmm. Yeah, we'll just do this. I know we're going to run into a bit of like a waterfall approach to some of this that is not ideal. But I don't think it's the end of the world. But here we do need to do await dot get translation cache dot set, and then we do the word that we translated into the translations. Yeah, I like that so far. So yeah, if we don't have an existing translation, we then get the translations for it, we set those values, and then here we start doing the webification for it. We check to see if those exist. And honestly, the existing translations thing, we've already done that bit. So we know that if we get to this point, we're good. And honestly, the CPU cycles we would waste, yeah, like this part we're doing here. I think we just push the words. Right? Hmm. No, I like that. Yeah, so here we already checked for existing translations to see if it was worth putting into the queue. So then we pop a word from the queue. If we don't have one, we bail. That part's fine. No, because CPU cycles still matter no matter what you're doing, right? Even in JavaScript, right? The amount of stuff we're doing per loop is important, and keeping that low is important. Not like not something we need to like stress about, but definitely something we should do. Right? Like why waste unnecessary cycles? Day's going well, essential. My mum's on friend face. My mum. She pecked me an apple and it's the issue of the day. I'm going to think of that every single time, even though it's probably not the word he says. It's probably essential, but still, it's good. Okay, so what we want to do here is if we don't have an existing webification, your mom made you pancakes? Nice. So yeah, the translation cache looks correct now. I'm actually not a huge fan of pancakes. I mean, no worries if other people like them. Yeah, I don't know. I like the crunchiness of a waffle, but even then, like I can only eat so much. If I want some like morning carbs, a muffin I think does it for me a little more. You suggested putting blueberries in them and they explode if microwaved. I did not know that. It's pancake day in 30 minutes there. Sure. Yeah, that sounds fine. Sourdough pancakes. That sounds interesting. And yeah, I haven't really had crepes that much either. I don't know. Yeah, I just like the crunch of a waffle. But even then, like I'll get like an Eggo to go or something. Like sure. I guess yeah, when I think about like bread for breakfast, biscuits and gravy is about as close as I get to like really enjoying bread for breakfast. Muffins are good, but they're basically just sugar. Yeah, I don't know if I consider a waffle a sweet, but yeah, they are sweets once you put like other stuff on them. I actually like waffles without anything on them even. Biscuits and gravy is super rich. It's good when you know you're going to be doing a lot of like energy heavy work. So it's really good as like a breakfast on like moving day or for snowboarding, things like that. Yeah, I guess there is sugar in pancakes, huh? I always forget that. And there probably is some in waffles too. I think I forgot about the baking soda. But okay, so webified words. We don't want to push the translation, and this is actually yeah, we don't want to do translation cache. This is right webified words here. This is actually what we want to do here then is word webified words for each. And yeah, there's something that we're doing wrong there. So we do the translation, get translations here. We've got language. What we need is word. Word. Uh, Mafra, no. Twitch is a terrible way to seek IT support. Like, come on, man. People say AI is going to take our jobs. I wish AI would take that job of being able to handle random people going to Twitch chat for AI support. Now, Talons, we don't want to encourage that. It's just a drive-by. They'll never come back. Anyone doing that should not be poisoning everyone else's Twitch chats with that kind of BS. Yeah, no, we don't want to encourage it. It's the internet equivalent of your family member asking you to fix your printer or asking you to fix their printer. Right? That's what it is. They don't want to help themselves. They just want the answer, and they'll never be back. They're not a good community member. It's not worth wasting any time on them. Maybe it did, but you know it's true. You're just going to go drive by the next stream you find, too, because you didn't even look at the title for what we're doing. You're a very low effort viewer. No, thank you. Right? You're a low effort, one time viewer. Whether we solve your problem or not, we'll never see you again. I've been streaming 6 years. I know this pattern. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you make your family pay you now. There you go, Talons. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna engage in the drive-by IT support at all. I was tempted just to ban them immediately. Oh, it does show that. Oh, interesting. Um, I mean, let's look this up. What is open telemetry? Yeah, you work with computers, don't you? I need to do some work on myself because I don't want to give you free IT support in a chat that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Yeah, totally. That's on me, man. Yeah. Thank you, Mod. Good job. I need to work on myself. No. We need to get rid of you. Yeah, exactly, Lil Saf. They're banned. It's easy. But yeah, what is open telemetry? I'm the second video in that list. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I wish it showed. Oh, I mean, like, if you go straight to videos, I'm the first one. Let's try it on YouTube. Now, keep in mind, it's not on my channel. Okay, so it's not the most popular one. Yeah. Yeah, the Go-To conference is definitely bigger as well. Ah, yeah, Raimu's good. But yeah, if we look at it, I'm third place in what is open telemetry. 23,000 views on someone else's channel. I got the goofy streamer face in the, in the thumbnail, so I think that's doing like most of the work, right? I like the thumbnail. I did the thumbnail myself. But yeah, I'm actually just really, really chuffed. Like 23,000 views. And yeah, a lot of people just stoked on it. Awesome. Yeah, I'm really proud of that. So yeah, if you guys are interested in open telemetry, give it a shot. I did the majority of the editing. Someone else did a little bit of like jump cuts and some other BS. But yeah, I'm really proud of that. That is my best performing video ever made, and it's not even on my own channel. Serverless is tough. Yeah. I don't remember the. There's a trick to do it with Cloudflare, and I think I might even go over it in that video. It might be the other video I made for highlight. Yeah, using Next with OpenTelemetry. There's a thing I go over in that one, which it's still at 2.9K views. Dude, that is huge. I am really surprised about that. But yeah, in that one, there's like a hack that like Vercel and a bunch of other SDKs have had to use for, like basically you need to keep the worker alive on Cloudflare to give it a chance to like flush. No, it's fine. It's a quick thing. I like bragging about the open telemetry stuff that I did for highlight, so I'm okay with that. But yeah, I don't know if AWS Lambda has like a similar flush like command. But if you go look up the API for Cloudflare, worker. I think it's called flush. Wait for, that's it. Wait for is what I'm thinking of. Wait until? No. Wait until? So that might be it. Yeah. So I would say try and see if there's a wait until in Lambda. I don't think there is, though. All right, looks like there's something else you could do, too. But yeah, basically the open telemetry collector or whatever that's running inside. It's probably not the collector even. It's just the instrumentation, right? So your open telemetry instrumentation, it doesn't send everything as it gets it. It batches it together in one like larger push, and you need to wait for that to do its like flush out to the collector before you kill the Lambda. So that is probably what you're dealing with, but I don't know for sure. And no, you don't need EKS or whatever for that. We had this conversation earlier. But yes, OTel does work better with a container, right? Some persistent kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, my videos barely cover that, but I do think you want to look up wait until. Like I do mention it in the Vercel video, but that's about it. Hawker, Chrome aggressively background tabs. Right? If you mouse over a tab and you don't see the memory value in the hover, that means that it's not actually occupying much RAM at all. Now, if we look at some of these other ones where we see memory usage 75, that's an actually active tab. The others are not anything that your active RAM is dealing with. You can also especially see it in some other tabs where they do this like, okay, so inactive tab freed up. That one tells you a bit more too. Chrome is really aggressive at backgrounding tabs. My secure gift. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, so then, yeah, we do word.word, webified words. I'm doing well. How about you, my secure gift? And this ends up being who is cache. Oh, and is it domain cache? We called it domain cache. It really is who is cache. Oh, searching through your tabs? That's not bad. You can also just like start typing the tab, like, proficientim, and then just switch to the tab. I'll do that a lot. Just depends. But yeah, for everyone here who might have thought I was a little too harsh with the person that we considered a troll, what was their name even? I don't think it matters. Mafra. There's a big difference between someone coming in and asking us to be their personal IT support versus someone that's been here a while and is a legitimate part of our community, right? So you saw Wickertongue, who has been here, who has chatted, who is fun to talk to. And we are more than willing to help out people who are actually part of the community, right? So there's just that. If you've been here, if you've chatted, if you've been following a while, yeah, we can actually answer some stuff for you. Oh, it's fine, Wickertongue, but we could tell that it wasn't your first message. We can tell you've been following since 2022. Like, you don't need an excuse, but just don't make it be like your first message in here. And yeah, no, that's not why they were banned, Raimu. Yeah, like asking for IT support isn't an instant ban. Having it be your first message is just a case where we ignore you and we don't answer your question. It's once he started being a jerk, that's when we got rid of him. Oh, it was just like 5 minutes ago. Someone came in. Hold on. What was their comment? It was kind of ridiculous, actually. Any IT geniuses here? I have a business PC. Is crucially needed. I need help ASAP. Nobody wants to be your L1 support to teach you how to install Windows or some bullshit. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to help you set up your printer. But if you've been here long enough and you're a member of the community, all right. Yeah, exactly, Wicker Tongue. Like, dude, just the worst kind of drive-by IT support person. Help me debug my code, guys. Here's a link to the GitHub. And it's their first message ever. No. That's an instant no. You offered to break it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't get some private messages. It's all right. They don't even care enough to like private message a bunch of people here in chat, like to complain and say I'm a jerk probably because they just moved on to another chat that they're going to spam with their bullshit. But yes, yeah, so this part, who is cache.get. We'll say, I guess, word. All right, so then instead of translation, and this is not existing translation, this is existing who is. Then who is Q, we push that word. Yeah, TypeScript infer is always fun. In that case, TypeScript's the asshole. Yep. Right? You could always be like the bad guy in Johnny Dangerously. Farkin, I guess it's Fargan. Isols. Summon a batch. You know, you could at least be Johnny Dangerously creative with it. You shouldn't ask me for IT support, Johnny. My sister asked me for IT support once. Once. I'm really proud of that reference right there. That was good. All right, so this is the interval. Ooh, yeah, this is the one. There you go. Let me go use the restroom real quick. I gotta pee. We want to check domain availability. But yeah, we're gonna refactor that function. So yeah, let me go pour some more water and use the restroom. I gotta go real bad actually. This water went right through me. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, I threw some beef into the fridge to thaw. I'm gonna be doing some pho again tonight because it's just a good, delicious meal. Mm. Hold on. Who here is a millennial that ever listened to some Del the Funky Homo Sapien? Bob Kabobalina, Mr. Bob Kabobalina. I'm so proud of that joke. Right? That play on words. Oh. But yeah, dude, these were super good. The marinade, avocado oil, cayenne pepper, soy sauce, garlic powder, salt and pepper. Just epic. Like, so good. It's like bacon on a stick. It is pork, but it's from pork rib meat, not not pork belly. And I did a pretty decent job of trimming all the fat. Hold on, for stream, we're gonna listen to this song. If you remember this song, your knees probably hurt when you wake up in the morning. Mr. Kabobalina. All right, hold on. I gotta hype this up. Um, AI Hack Night, Boston, block. Yeah, this will work. Uh oh, did she didn't post it there? Hmm. All right, it's not that one. All right, hold on. This one's tougher. Let me just type in this. Luma. Here you go. So yeah, if you're in the Boston area, might be worth checking out. But yeah, anyone in the Boston area should definitely check it out. Could be fun. If you know anybody in the Boston area, pass it on. Right. So yeah, that's a good fun song, right? Miss Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina. Hopefully, y'all get it stuck in your head. That's how I'll know I succeeded. All right, so check domain availability should actually only take in a single word. You're still singing "Don't Call Me Junior." Touche. Also a classic. All right, so we simplify the whois API response. All right, so we'll do that. And yeah, so we get to this spot. If availability Yeah, so I think the way we're doing this part is wrong. But here's what we want to do. Who is Q? Shift if no word, then we just return. That one's every 500 milliseconds. We check the domain availability no matter what. And yeah, instead of, yeah, hold on. And yeah, what's up, Mr. Beta Skull? How you doing? All right, so we explicitly convert that to a boolean, and then from here, right? Yeah, we'll call this part good, right? We'll just log it for now. No matter what, though, and then we set all that. So we're going to call that good for now. We just want to try it. What I also want to do is getting translation for word. Adding base word to translation queue. Getting webified words for that. And we're pushing the word to the who is queue. Checking who is availability forward. PNPM dev run, and we just need to create a basewords.txt. Oh, that's not what I wanted there. And here we will do wallet and quota. And ledger. So now, if we do a run, yeah, so we've got a bit of noise. So yeah, the way that we're logging is not quite right. So Abdu, we do a translation to 190 languages from Google, and then we take all of those words and we pass them to an LLM to get like a webified version where like they remove a random vowel, and then we do the whois lookup for those. So we've got our queue right there. And really, I don't think we need adding to translation queue. So hold on, wait. Adding to translation queue. Oh, and DB chain get value. We don't need to await those? Oh. Yeah, so this shouldn't be kicking off. Right? Like, we shouldn't see this if we've already fetched it. This caching isn't even working? What's up, Krasner? How you doing? So yeah, that we'd want to check there because the falsy value is that. So what do we think we're doing wrong here with this interval? Right, if we don't have this file, we exit. Sure. We read this, we know we're getting these words just fine. Okay, so that was it, right? We can do our get. So yeah, we just can't do the set stuff, right? So I think that's our fix. Okay, and then yeah, here's the thing. Wait, and hold on. Oh, yep. So it's actually this. That is not going to be an array. And then, yeah, this ends up being that. Right, await db.write. And then this set is wrong. We'll say if the domain is that, we do that. We'll do undefined there. And that solves our type issue. All right, so then let's try this out. Okay, so we're going to delete that file and start from scratch. Is dir.com really available? Interesting. Okay. How the hell did we get that? So somehow. Okay, so then where's the part where we're doing the getting translations for? We do that, sure. This one we'll do every, I don't know, I want to say 20 seconds, because that one doesn't matter. I feel like this one we could do like once every second. Okay, and then some of these words we probably want to get like, dude, if they don't have a single vowel in them, it's probably not a great product name. Let me get more music going. Was Twitter actually called Twitter without the vowels? All right, well, sure, yeah, maybe we can do it. Whatever. Okay, so hold on. I think I see what happened here with Chiquama. So that's a flaw in our logic here. Let me look at LM Studio. So the LLM's doing some of this pretty well, but then other things it does really bad. Like here it's splitting Chiquama into like nested arrays. Do we think there's a better model I could use? So I'm currently using Llama 3.2 3B. Do we think Quen is probably the better one? All right, we'll try DeepSeek R1 distilled to Quen. I think llama.cpp is something we could use. I don't know. I don't know nearly enough about this stuff. And what's up, Nicholas? How you doing? All right, so that one doesn't even seem to work. The webified, it doesn't show us the queue either. Sure, this one's not even close to what I'm looking for. Oglethorpe, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. How you doing? How's the LLM stuff going? Not as good as I would have liked. Jesus. So yeah, dude, the Quen distilled whatever was Garbo. Oh, and that's right. Yeah, we've got the yeah, we've got it on a 20-second interval. So when we start it, it doesn't even kick off. Yeah, no worries, Oglethorpe. Yeah, that's been a long time, man. Model is not an LLM. Ah, yeah. Okay. Dr. Garbage? I don't remember who that was at all. But yeah, the bread. Yeah, I'm not sure where I would find what you're mentioning. CEO of that site got super weird and started doxing you? I don't even remember livecoding.tv. I don't think I was actually on it. I think I was on Ship Streams. which is oddly still a thing. If it actually resolves. Oh, it does. I'm still number one because they haven't been scraping for ages. I find that interesting. I don't understand how I got number one either. Like ahead of Adam or James. But yeah, this is just an older one. Yeah, I don't think I ever did live coding.tv. 10 years ago? Yeah, I wasn't streaming 10 years ago. I started 6 years ago. Oh, wow. Oh, geez, LG, that's crazy. Oh, is this the person, Dr. Whatever? Dr. Damage? Interesting. Yeah, yeah, I was never on live coding TV, so definitely wasn't me. Who knows? I could have been famous. Yeah, then I'd have to get llama.cp, like the llama CLI going. And I'm not sure this is doing that. If we go to developer, maybe there's something extra. I don't see what developer actually did. Yeah, I don't think they're directly wrapping llama.cpp, but I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, let's see this one. Okay, so yeah, the way we have these loops set up is actually going to be like massively broken. Because if we quit out in the middle, then everything breaks. When really all we want to do is prevent from fetching the other stuff. Hmm. Yeah, all right, so that is a flaw in what we're doing there. So yeah, instead we just want to return the values that we have. So those availables seem way off. If we look at the result we're getting here, that looks fine. That doesn't, though. Right. Right. If it comes back as an array, we bail out. Or we can do this. All right, so now we want to think about how we do our caching. Or not caching, but adding things to the list. So no matter what, we always add the base word to the list. So we don't need to check that. So then the caching here, we want to check in this spot. So what we're going to call this is maybe basically if right, we still want to go through and double check all of the other translations. Because that's what kicks off like all of the others, right? So it's a bit of a Rube Goldberg machine, but I think I'm okay with it. And then this we can do every 3 seconds because it doesn't matter, because it's never going to be long enough that we care about the cycles for that. So then here, when we are doing the getting of the translations, right, we push the word to the translation queue. If we don't have a word, we just return after shifting. This is where we push to get the translations. And yeah, the translation queue is something we do. And now this is self-contained, and I like the way this works a lot more. So then while word and while those God, there's definitely like a way we want to do this, and it's not the who is cache. Let me get more music going. And let me say it out loud. That might help. Let's say every 3 seconds we want to check for the word. So then if no word, we just return. Then from there, from here we get into a while loop. while we have a word, yeah, because this same pattern we're going to have to use for like a bunch of the other queues too. Because what we want to do is we want to queue up basically everything and then just skip making the requests for things that we don't need. I don't know if we need the while. So yeah, we'll just do let translations equal await that, which we don't need to do an await for. And then here, yeah, right? Then we do a loop over them and we push. We don't care if they've been webified here because the webification is where we want to do that part. Yeah, okay. So then, yep, each thing is managing its own queue and cache. We push the thing for that no matter what. It does mean that it'll take longer to run, and we can look at making some of these things like go faster if needed. Really, like instead of these intervals, a state machine would be better. Or the exponential roll off, like the bread mentioned. But okay, so webification queue dot shift. Here we'll do the same thing where if it's just there is no word, we just return. And then this is the part, yeah, where we do this const and I guess so then if we don't have that, so here we want to do webified translations maybe. All right, so then if we look at this, we don't care about existing here. We just want to push them. And what's up, Pinoy? How you doing? What's it like in the Philippines? And you might not actually be there, but I know that's what Pinoy comes from. Ah, you're in the States? So there's the title, and then there's the thing we're working on. Yeah, it's a tool to look up domain names, see if they're registered, that kind of stuff. So then, yeah, the who is queue goes to there. No matter what, we get the webified words, but then we decide if we want to actually hit up that. All right, so then we get into here. Oh yeah, it's something a lot of people do. I already have like another version. So I have one that does like a synonym lookup and looks for the domains. But it turns out that one of the things that we had it find to do a who is lookup? We're using Cloudflare's whois API, but there's no reason you would call multiple whois APIs. There's no reason for that whatsoever. They all proxy out to Icon. I don't care about all TLDs. All I care about is .com. Nothing besides a .com has any value, in my opinion. Maybe if you're an AI company, IO is still a risk. Like any IO company, any .dev company, any .whatever company is actually running a major risk because .com is just what people expect. For dev tools, there's a little more you can do. But yeah, in general, .com is the only thing that matters. People are going to try a .com when they hear your brand name. Yeah, I mean, there are certain things that matter because uh, important to secure other TLDs on top of the .com. That's not as important because if you have like a good trademark, you can actually go and get other squatters. Sure, right? Like another TLD if you want, but nah, man. Anything consumer based, you don't want anything other than .com. If devs are your target audience, you got a little bit more leeway, but even then, people are going to type in the .com by default. All right, so then here for the whois.shift, we pop the word. If we don't have a word, we bail. Um, sure, I'd say there's no point to using the .io then at that point. You should just use the .com, but that's up to you. You can do whatever you want. All right, so now we queue everything up no matter what. So now we shouldn't even have to like delete our database. It's a console tool at the moment. Hold on. What the hell? So this is the issue. We're pushing Word and webified words. Blockchain domains? What do you mean by that? We've got a bad name for our naming tool. That's a that's a fun question though. I don't care about that. If they have the domain registered, it's not available, right? That's all that matters. if it's not available to purchase the domain, it's not something I consider. That's all that matters. Like, I don't know, man. I don't understand what blockchain has to do with any of it. All right, so here's one thing though. We should probably make these queues be a set. But I haven't used a set for a long time. I wish set had a pop method. But yeah, we should do these as sets. Yeah, so the shift and push stuff we got to change. We can do add right there, though. Um, there we go. I like that. So then translation q dot delete word. Okay. All right, that should prevent a bunch of that duplication now. Shit. This is where, yeah, I think we might need to do this bit. Yeah, so instead, we'll do that. But really, we could do it. Oh, we did want to do it there too. Right, so who is Q? We do the cleaned word, and then there's the webified words that we add. We weren't actually adding the original words or the cleaned word. We were doing the original word rather than the cleaned word, actually. So we do that bit, but then when we're adding to the translation queue, we also just simply want to do who is q.add base word. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, that's looking way better. Now I just want to fix that logging. And now that like the output is looking way better, right? Like those same ones should actually get rerun. I don't think the wallet domain is actually available. But now this is looking a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, so this is where I'm going to want to start doing This is where like a React Inc. kind of UI would make sense. Using LLMs to check for words. Yeah, we're using LM Studio locally. Hold on, let me get more music going. And all LM Studio is doing is like we're prompting it to remove a vowel here and there. So similar to how Twitter was TWTTR. That's about all we're doing for that part. I don't know. Currently, Quen 2.5 7B instruct. The fact that it said those were available is definitely not true. Now, it does look to me like it's stalled out. So let's just try this one more time. Yeah, so the chain basically works like this. We take a word, we look up translations for it in all 100 something languages that Google supports. Then we take those translations and pass them to the LLM to try and create like a webified version of them. And then we pass all of those webified versions as well as the original words to the whois lookup. And then we do a whois lookup on Cloudflare. Yeah, the one we made on Saturday, like the first steps we made, is already open source. But yeah, I'll push this up when I think we're at a better step. We're just using Google. You don't need to pass everything through an LLM. Oddly enough, I don't see STR in this list. Or STRTR, which it says is the last one it got back. So STRTR, why didn't that domain get checked? It's like the webified words didn't get added. Hmm. Well, we're just using low DB. It's just a local CLI tool, so we don't need anything crazy. There's definitely something weird going on here. Number one, getting webified words for Akvoda should have given us something, right? It gave us the KVT or whatever. But we didn't get another who is availability lookup. So we don't even see anything chewing up all of the CPU, but it is really slow going for popping words off of the queues. And now it thinks all of these are available. Cajita. That one's not bad, actually. Dude, what is up with the STRTR? Oh. So hold on. So this is the word we want to get the translation cache for. And we go and fetch the translations. So then from here, webification queue gets the translation added. I think by trying to pass around this object, we're running into some kind of like truthy issue. And that's not what we want. So yeah, we wanted to do that. So that's one fix. Yep. So I think the word.word was getting us there. Yeah, I feel like the set stuff looks right to me. We probably want to delete and refresh the DB again. Okay, so we're getting the webified value back now. Cool. Oh, we see Waltr in there. So I already don't like my prompt. I feel like Quen is much more literal about what we were prompting for. So yeah, let's fix our prompt here a bit. There's a console that I don't think we need. I wonder about this part. Like, how are we getting available for some of these that are definitely false? That part I'm less sure of. But yeah, the webified here we'll get rid of. And let's try it again. And damn, it's already 6:30. I think we can hop into a whiskey. How does it think wallet is available? Oh, and I know what I'm doing wrong already for another bit. Yeah, hold on. We're going to delete this again. I was doing word.word when instead that that's what we actually needed. So yeah, after we make sure that like this step up to the who is working, we want to add a couple other steps. So if we go back to our planning, right, implement caching, I would say done pending. Watching a file, right? Cool. Reorganize code to use daemons, right? Long running intervals, sure. Save results to files, we're not doing yet. We would want to maybe do a search lookup. And we maybe want to do like social lookups as well. I'm not sure how we want to do the search part. I'm guessing there is some like LLM stuff we could do that would actually like do the rag for us and all that. But do we want to do that, or instead do I just want to scrape Google using Playwright? That might be the easier move. Getting good enough to host and serve ads? Yeah, you're not wrong there. This is definitely a lot more. I feel like the who is interval is blowing it because we're not seeing any other like who is availability. The who is availability stops at Chandai. Right, so that doesn't need to be async. And yeah, realistically, we'd run into like major rate limiting if we were to make this into a service, right? This is going to be stuff that has to run on like a user's machine. All right, so then in this interval, we'll have this go every 10 seconds. Right, so hold on. We're adding to the queue. All right, so that seems off. Let's pour a beverage while we wait. There we go. Okay. So we see that the web applications goes down, the who is goes up. Now, if we look at the place where the who is caching and all that is going, let's double check this. We're doing this every 500 milliseconds, but realistically, let's do it every 2. And yeah, so as we let that run a bit more, so we can examine some of the results in our planning, after we do social lookups and maybe even a trademark lookup, which I thought was actually a really good idea, after we do the search lookup, we want to create a queue for asking the LLM if they think it's a good domain and give us a ranking between 0 and 100, right? So Volit instead of Waltr. Okay, so something about this is totally wrong. All right. Okay, so we stop it again. And yeah, this is something that we're going to want to run like overnight. Because that, yeah, this like who is just going to keep growing. When Super Maven's just dying right now. All right, so I definitely want to log that. And yeah, no matter what it is, I just want to see it. So yeah, we'll clear it one more time. And yeah, my goal is that I could just like add domains to this list and keep this thing running for a long time. Yeah, it's giving me a lot of false positives, and that's definitely on my end, or maybe it's just Cloudflare. It could be a Cloudflare issue. I don't know why their API would respond differently via this stuff than the other stuff. And the cached availability is also weird. Like, why does it think cached availability for wallet is true now? And that's probably just me, like, inverting something when I shouldn't have. I don't know. We'll see. It's crazy how many of these are taken, though. Like, even other languages. So someone else got the bright idea of doing translation-based domain names as well. It's a shame, because Cajita, man, I like that one. I'm not seeing very many, like, availables, though. It's got to be how we're setting the cache value. That's got to be the mistake. Because, right, if we see this, we're not seeing available, like, at all. Wait, I think I got rid of that available log, though, didn't I? So it set volet to true. Okay, hold on. Yeah. No, this is definitely just a flaw in how I'm setting the cached values. So we get into check domain availability. We do this fetch. We return undefined or a Boolean value. And undefined must have happened first, but no, this would just be data.success. This is probably something really simple. We do a get word.value, cached availability, right? So the cached value is not a problem. And I don't see failed in there at all. And we should actually turn failed into an error. Yeah, so who is response.json should give us that data value. All right, let's try it again. We've got the cached values, though. And yeah, we're getting true for a bunch of those, which is just plain wrong. I mean, it's got to be in my logic, right? I just want to see what that log value is when we hit volit. Right, like how could B be true? And a quicker fix would just check the word wallet, right? So hold on, let's look at one of the false lookups. I think I need to invert some logic there. I bet this one is not taken. Right? Okay. That's it. So yeah, I think the whole key is I'm inverting the logic. Yep. Yeah, right. That was the entire issue there. We still didn't get the full response, but yeah, I was inverting the logic. Yep. Silly me. One thing we're going to do is we're going to disable assorted biscuits for this workspace. We restart the extensions. That way TypeScript stops vomiting from all of the JSON updates. Yeah, so that makes a lot more sense now. And we could have even let it run the other way too. Right, so undefined, undefined. If we just kill it now and restart. Wait, what? Nope. Yeah, something is way wrong. So this return Boolean, and instead of volet, let's do it for wallet. It's probably something like really simple I'm doing. All right, and then here's the other thing. Why didn't we see the response for the word wallet? Oh, so one thing, yeah, we're doing the DNS lookup. Shit. That was it. Ah, that was the whole problem. No. Yeah, we're doing a whois lookup before we even get to the whois response. So we're never getting to this point because the others. Shit. Right? I knew it was something simple. I forgot we were doing that DNS lookup. Because, yeah, if the DNS lookup works, then fuck it. We don't need to do the whois from Cloudflare. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Which I haven't even smoked any weed yet today. That was null in the GitHub repo? Yeah, we wanted to switch from the null. Yeah, I don't remember why I changed it to a true earlier today, but we did. And that broke things. That straight up broke things. All right, so this is looking a little more likely. Damn, we might have to turn off power mode. How high do we think we can get the bonus? Yeah, tailing this file is definitely like a performance issue for us. Aratra. Probably don't want the word rat in our name. Yansik. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure there is some magic word in Pillars of Eternity that is something like Yansik. I forget which character even does it, but I think it's when they do the magic missiles or something. So yeah, Pillars of Eternity. I wouldn't even put it past them to just use some other language as part of their like magic language. That's not even a bad idea. So yeah, Tegnabog. Shikakatoku. Yeah, that's our name. Nailed it. Walletti. Ooh, Walletti's not bad. Walletti is not bad. Man, Kahita was good. I liked Kahita. Beskid. We almost want to put like a maximum length. Vonlet. Some of these are not bad. Capcheek, maybe not. I don't know. Capcheek sounds a little lewd. Kahita is love in Tagalog. Oh, okay. Nice. It does deal with quotas, right? Like you could use it for API quotas, but it's more like general quotas, right? Like monthly active users would work for anything, right? Doesn't even have to be an API. So yeah, the words that we're searching currently are wallet, quota, and ledger. And we could edit our base words.txt and add another. Yeah, like API quotas counts for sure. So yeah, basically I inverted my logic, right? Check availability should return if it's available or not, right? And I had it flipped. Okay. So I have a lot more faith about this. Man, we have 851 who is lookups to do though. So there's something going on where the webified words lookup is preventing other stuff from happening. What do we think would be doing that? Because this process should be unimpeded by like the LLM chewing up an entire core or the GPU or whatever. And hey, what's up, Dr. Kagster? How you doing? All of these intervals are async. Yeah, it seems to me like the webification is getting us, which isn't actually the end of the world. What happened to Waltr? Why are we replacing it? Because there's an existing product called Waltr, Abdu. They didn't have the domain for it, right? I saw that the Waltr.com domain was for sale, so I decided to get Waltr instead, right? Like get Waltr.com. But then it turns out that Waltr Pro exists. So that's why one of the eventual steps that this tool will do is going to be a Google search to evaluate what like the front page for any of these words might have as like a tech product. And we could even like scrape the next 2 pages or something, which would be fine. No, because I don't have Waltr.com. I have getwaltr.com. So it's not even worthwhile to them. And the Waltr.com domain is like 10 grand or something, which definitely is like outside the scope for anyone that actually cares. But if getwaltr.com had taken off and I had gotten VC funding, then I could buy a domain for 10 grand. Like, that's fine. I'm not going to be like the guy that spent like 1.8 million on friend.com. Hell no. But 10 grand? Yeah, 10 grand is cheap. So yeah, no, Get Waltr is probably just going to be something that I maintain for a long time just to redirect. Because I assume that I've gotten a little bit of SEO from it. And people here like bookmarking or whatever, you know. Whatever we land on, we will definitely redirect the old domain to it. But we got to figure something out. I just find this so strange that the last interval isn't kicking off. It's like Node.js is only leaving so much time for intervals to run. Oh, so it's almost like the who is interval crashed. Shit. It's the one that I didn't wrap in a try catch. Okay, so hold on. Get webified words should not be firing. That's it. All right, so our caching should actually kick in just fine now. Except now, like, we just haven't cached those. So that's annoying. All right, so now I'm thinking that a TUI would make a lot of sense. Right? We could have a little widget for the diagnostics, right? Like the status or whatever. We could maintain a list of the shortest available domains at first. It already seems like This has failed us. So this is it. For some reason, word in who is Q is getting nulled out. Faster than we can add other words. Shit. We've got an empty word somewhere. That's why we were getting stuck. We were somehow getting an empty word. Are you saying that's what we should name the CLI tool? It is quiet. Yeah, let me get more music going. Sorry. It just stopped though. Like, dude, chill. Okay, so this is starting to look a little better. All right, so that's about the moment that we started failing, right? After Chonzyme. And we're seeing cached availability, which means we're fetching. Okay. So there was some case where we were getting an undefined or empty value, and we were pushing that to the set, and then the set was borking on us. And we were unable to remove the empty item from the set. Yep. So now we're totally good. Yes, it was a data scrubbing issue. Okay, so yeah, the who is grows faster than the other lookup, which is fine. Okay, so then this is starting to make a lot more sense. Ledgerani. Ledger. Oh, that one's not bad. Oh, we could just name it Waltr without the vowel. Oh, wait, no, that one's not even available. Shit. Okay. Portfly. Ooh, Portfly's not bad. Yeah, a lot of these are getting a little weird. Well, what the hell is that one? Cartria? Ooh, Cartria's not bad. Cartira. Okay. So yeah, it's not perfect. Many do sound like demon names. Yeah, exactly. Many of them sound like the demons you'd summon if you accidentally tried to parse HTML with regex. Zalgo is Tony the Pony. Exactly, Trev. You knew the reference. Hell yeah. That's the highest combo we've ever gotten. All right, so we'll let it go. I got to use the restroom real quick. The next step is, yeah, we want to build out a UI for this or a TUI for it, just for fun, because TUIs are fun. So BRB. Uwanya. Oh, geez. What the hell is that one? Yikes. All right, so let's start building out this whole thing as a TUI. I know, right? Like, whoa. Grootbach. All right, we'll let this one finish. Let's go look at some libraries. So there is Blessed JS. $10 ago, definitely not that. Definitely not that. Ink JS. Yeah, this gets plenty of updates. And yeah, it uses yoga. Yoga is fire. That was a bad joke. I'm okay with it though. Anyone remember the Street Fighter accountant like skits? Street Fighter Red Tape. We're not going to play the video, but dude, these skits are so good. So yeah, basically, Pete Holmes used to have a show. It's pretty good. And he had some really good skits. He's the guy that did like the Badman or whatever. He also did the Pete Holmes show version of Street Fighter Red Tape, to where he's the accountant for the Street Fighter program. He's talking to Ryu, and it's like, so, Ryu, why would we fly you out to all of these other locations when we basically already have a Ryu, right? His name's Ken. What is it you bring to the table that Ken doesn't? Well, I do my dragon uppercut. Yeah, he has it too. Well, what about my hurricane kick? Yep, he's also got it. Right? The Dulcim one, it's like, and, you know, like, you can't just put yoga in front of anything you want and call it yoga fire, yoga flame, right? Like, that just doesn't work. And, I mean, I'm going to have to check with legal, but are those baby skulls? Like, I don't know. It's like a whole bunch of good stuff. The Ken one is really good. Yeah, the Ryu one's different. Sorry, Ken's is why would we pick you when we've got Ryu? The Ryu one, it's like, so we got to check with legal. We got to know exactly what you're saying when you do your moves so that we don't get in trouble, you know. And like Ryu can't even like spell out or nail down what like words he says when he does his tricks. So yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fun. The Blanca one's good. The M Bison one's great. Yeah, these are fun. Yeah, I really miss these skits. I wish he had done like an entire series. I think he does one with Guile. Yeah, he does one with Guile. It might have been in the list, but it's Joel McHale. He's just like, America. What? USA. Like he's just randomly like shouting out random patriotic stuff. Like it's pretty funny. I fought in the America War. Which one was that? The one, right? You know, back in the day, the America War. But okay, so yeah, here's what we're gonna do. And I've done this before. We've called out to Inc. from other stuff. So yeah, we need to install Inc. and React. And did this thing finish yet? Okay, this thing's done. Damn, someone's cooking something nearby that smells amazing. All right, so we installed that. And yeah, if we look through the list, yeah, how do we pass values to counter here? I'm trying to get all of the state that we kind of like had updating in the terminal here, like basically what we had in diagnostics and some of the other stuff. I'm trying to think about how we want to wire that up to like a yargs application. I think we got to put it out into another file. But I'm wondering how much of the logic that we have in this current file do we have to move out to like inside of the inc component, and I'm thinking it's all of it. I'm not certain that inc actually uses context. That's the point I'm getting at, right? Like, this is a very different way of doing React, like here in the terminal. Like, I'm not certain we could wire up the render here with a context and all that other junk. Not 100% certain. Let's look at some of their examples. You know, see, we don't see anything with context in here. Dude, I am very familiar with React. Okay? What I'm getting at is inc is not React. It may help you render a React component and do some things, but how do we wire up that state within inc with that render function? If you haven't used inc, I would just stop because I am very familiar with React. Okay? If you haven't ever tasted or tested or done any of this stuff with inc, you're just out of your element. So chill. You may very well be correct, and we could just use that stuff. But that's an assumption that we just can't make, right? And yeah, like this stuff runs on like old React. I don't even know if we can use hooks. Yeah, we did just see use state, so hooks probably work fine. Because we're building a TUI, a terminal UI. Why go swimming when you could fly an airplane? Because they're totally separate things. Again, you're making a very major assumption. I bet I could build out a React application that maintains its own context. But does the render function from inc actually allow all of that stuff? And there are not examples that prove that. So you assuming that it does is an assumption. And when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you an umption. And yes, that's a Samuel L. Jackson quote, so take it easy. Don't take offense. But I'm just saying, real quick, you're making some major assumptions. You assumed I know nothing about React, basically. Context and Redux, like I'd never heard of those things. Those were assumptions you made. You're assuming those things work with ink as a render context. Those are bold assumptions. And we can just try it, sure. I can't try it while you're sitting here recommending a bunch of things that I gotta simply say, like, dude, chill. Why not just use Next? Because this isn't a web application. Yeah, are you just regurgitating what some LLM said? My entire fucking point and what I'm trying to do discovery for is based upon the example code they gave us here. Are we 100% certain that I can just pass any old JSX to this render function? You can regurgitate what OpenAI says all you want. We don't know for a fact that that's true until we try it. Because I'm sitting here having to respond to you, dude. I'm sitting here trying to let you know how being a good chatter in this chat works. Number one, stop making assumptions. I'm saying my questions out loud. It doesn't mean I'm directly asking you. Yeah, couldn't you just? Why aren't I trying it? Because I'm having to deal with you copying and pasting OpenAI bullshit to us. I'm trying to let you know the type of people I enjoy chatting with. And you are really, really pushing the boundaries of that. I'm trying to let you know how to chat here. That's up to you. I am letting you know that I am getting fed up with the backseating that makes assumptions by making way less assumptions. I would much rather make sure I have a chat I actually want to talk to. Jesus Christ. No, you made assumptions. The fact that you're being weird about it is strange. You should be able to do that with Redux. That is an assumption. The word should. Have I used that? You were basically assuming I haven't. This should be fun when I have people I like to talk to. You can ask questions when they don't seem passive-aggressive, when they don't assume the worst in people. You know for a fact that there are better ways you could phrase that shit, man. Like, dude. You know for a fact you could have phrased that better. But you already did, so now I'm on the defensive, Pinoy. You already did, so now I gotta make sure that you actually chat like someone I want to talk to. They probably aren't listening anymore. Now it just seems antagonistic. All right, that is the end of this album. Let's get another one going, though. Hey, thanks, Four Wheel. Appreciate that. That's fine, Pinoy. I am pointing out that I felt something negative from you with the way you phrased your initial questioning. I'm not always asking for advice when I say the questions I'm thinking out loud. In many cases, backseating isn't just answering questions that I'm saying out loud, but it's doing it too much. Your context and Redux comments were already over the line. Everything else after that was me dealing with that buffer overflow. Also, some of the things you just said, right? Well, why aren't you doing it? I couldn't sigh loud enough at a statement like that. Or a question, technically. Like, you know that's not something cool to ask, right? You know that's not a cool question to ask someone, right? All right. I'm just letting you know. You were already overflowing the buffer of my goodwill, and then you pulled that shit. And we're getting that buffer to decrease over time. I would simply say just chill. And when I say just chill, maybe don't make a comment for a bit. This is not some chat that goes a mile a minute where I'm just going to miss your comments and everything's fine. Don't say it if you expect someone to ignore it. Uh-huh. All right, so the bit that we're on right now. What we could do is get rid of all these logs. And at the end of all of this, we would do that like render. And what I'm thinking here is the tricky part because yeah, see, like we don't know that, Nas. We just have to assume the best, and that's the hardest part of being a streamer. We deal with all sorts of people with malintent that enjoy riling people up. It's on me as the streamer. Maybe a Ray, but again, like words are cheap. Some people say sorry without meaning it. Like that happens all the time. They did apologize, and I appreciate that. But I am just letting you know. Yeah, no worries, Treff. Have a good night. Am I handling the rate limit for Cloudflare? Yeah, I only make a request to Cloudflare every 500 milliseconds, We looked it up, and every 250 milliseconds is like the 5-minute timer that they would give us. So at 500, we're good. But again, yeah, there's all sorts of trolls on the internet. At the end of the day, it's worth giving them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But if they make it less fun to be here, I got to do something about it, whether they're actually trolling or not. But yeah, later, Trev. Have a good night. Now hold on. That's fine, Pinoy. I get it. Like, there's definitely like a heuristic in your favor that you have an account from 2013, right? It would be really rare for someone to use an account that old just for trolling. It has happened. Because honestly, like people from the Justin TV days are some of the trolliest of the bunch, aren't they? Aren't they? But I still think, why would you risk an account that's that old? There are people that do, but I get it. But yeah, some of the people from the Justin TV days, like, it's actually a double-edged sword. Storm, I can ask you real quick, or I can look. Your account is from 2011, so Storm definitely remembers the Justin TV days. Storm definitely remembers trolling a couple League players or something, right? Nice smite. Right? Anyone from the Justin TV days has at least said nice smite sarcastically at least once on this platform. I feel like that's like one of like the universal trolls, like universal truths and trolls. A Ray of Hope has seen me troll streamers. Ooh, wait, really, A Ray of Hope? I didn't troll the other guy, right? Like the nighttime guy that had the bad community. I did troll at least one, so you're not wrong about that. But were you actually in? Shit, I'm forgetting his name now. What was the dude that was making standard notes? Anyone remember his name? If FD was here, he'd remember. Rob? Nah, I never trolled Rob. I just banned him. That was easy. I've never gone to Rob's stream and trolled. Hell no. Why would I watch his stream? Ugh, gross. No, thank you. You mean the guy that derided the entire software and game dev category and then realized his numbers were tanking and then moved over? Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. I don't have to troll that guy. He trolls himself. Playful? Only thing I can maybe think of is before I banned him and before he was like a jerk about that stuff, he did come in here yelling at us about like scrapability and pre-rendering. And I have maybe made a joke about him yelling at us, but I believe the quota is still in my favor. Like, he still has a lot to make up for, even if we don't count his entire deriding of web devs and all that stuff. All right, so here's the big thing. This is not a TSX file. He did apologize for when he came in here, like, ranting about the crawlability of applications, right? Like pre-rendering, all that stuff. He did apologize for that. As far as I know, he's never apologized for the terrible take about software and game dev, even though he is disingenuous and he's over here in this category now. Like, he doesn't even stick to his convictions. That's a big problem for me. Like, he doesn't even seem sincere. But yeah, here's my biggest thing. We're in a TS file right now. We'd have to change it to TSX if we wanted to use JSX in this file. I'm thinking we might want to move like the render function and the context and all the React stuff out to another file. But that doesn't actually help us. And here's the other thing. Pinoy, I hope you're still out there, right? Didn't want to scare you away. Appreciate you. Just because we create a context like render function, like, you know, if we were to do, where is it? I missed it already. Hold on. Right? If we were to do render and then context, and this is just pseudocode, right? And then the other stuff, there is nothing here that would actually like update the render context when these values change. So like our render wouldn't actually re-render. So it doesn't even matter. I think that's the biggest problem with what we're dealing with right now, right? We can call this render function with whatever context or redux or whatever we want around it. But nothing is actually recalling that render function. Nothing is causing a re-render. So we'd be dealing with stale state, no matter what. So our biggest problem is that we need to move all of these like intervals into a React context. So everything within this function just becomes a render. How does rendering to strings work? Well, I mean, no matter what, just imagine this render function that we get. That render function that we get is only passed an argument once when we call render. So the thing managing that render cycle is that render function. which means anything that needs to update the rendering can't happen from outside where we call render. It has to happen from inside of the render function, right? Of the component that we're passing to it. So instead, what I think I actually need to do is create another function or another component, a file, that's going to have, we're going to call it render.ts. Fuck it, why not? And we're going to export a function that calls render and passes some JSX to it. Or TSX, technically. Inside of that, we end up calling the component we want to render, and that component is going to be the entire 2e state. And inside of that component is where we do all of our like database, like listening and use effect and all that stuff. Because again, right, like, I just want to get back to what we're talking about. You said, why aren't we just doing it? Why not use Redux? Why not do whatever? Because nothing within what we're doing here would trigger a re-render. The stuff that we need to have trigger a re-render actually has to happen inside of a React context, but not even like context using like React context. I just mean React itself. Like anything that triggers a re-render has to be inside of the React stuff that we're rendering. We could pass initial state to that component, but I don't think we can pass ongoing state. So all of these intervals have to be inside of the React that we're actually going to render. And that's what I'm kind of getting at, like why I was looking for examples of maybe what we're trying to do here, and they don't have it because, yeah, what we're trying to do is a very special snowflake. And when you say rendering to strings, do you mean like in a server-side rendering context? It's kind of what Ink is doing for us, but not the same thing. Even then, we'd have to call render when the values change, right? So we'd have to wire up some kind of like listeners to the things that we're updating our state from, which is really like what React does anyway, right? But if we call render here in this function, that means that that render function needs to be recalled with the state that we're passing it. And I don't think that's the right way to go. Like, we'd basically be recreating the entire state management aspect of React, when instead we can just migrate all of these intervals inside of a React component. Just inside a use effect, and then we're good. And then the render is self-contained. So we don't need to recall render because render is maintaining its own re-render cycle. I think that's the basic gist. So a lot of the problem is the fact that we are calling a 2e library inside of a Cobra CLI tool. Right? Not technically Cobra, it's Yargs, but it's the same idea. So I don't know if you've ever done that with Go or anyone else who mentioned Go. Yeah, just use bubble tea. Well, no, just use bubble tea doesn't solve that problem because bubble tea wants to take over the entire running of the CLI. So instead, you would need to call bubble tea within one of the commands that you created in Cobra. It's kind of nice that Cobra and Yargs actually have a very similar API and like the way that they're architected, right? command is basically just a function that gets called when the CLI calls that command. I think there's definitely some stuff we could do at work where I might just have to jump in and do some stuff for the team. Just because it needs to be done. Like, we have a current CLI for GetKraken that does like the dashboard or like the launchpad rendering thing, right? We're creating a new CLI that is basically deprecating that entire command. Why are we deprecating that command? Couldn't we just spin up whatever it's doing when you call Launchpad and call it good? Sure, it wouldn't be as performant as we want, but we could just do it. Yeah, so I don't know. There's something about the current Launchpad where I don't think we should be deprecating a single function. I think we could reuse the entire existing CLI tool that we have and just add extra functions for it. But we might need to scope it to like a higher level, like TUI command. So it would be like GK TUI Launchpad. And then you're fine. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I don't like the idea that we're throwing the entire current CLI under the bus. Just because we don't have huge, like, usership at the moment doesn't mean we never will. In my opinion, the lack of dev effort has been a major part of the problem for us being able to, like, push it and publish it. So that part bums me out. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably going to have to put in some dev work just to make sure some shit keeps working. Okay, so yeah, let's get rid of the get functionality because I like what we built. Let me commit what we got. Hold on. All right, so feature re-architect. All right. So yeah, anyone that wants to, like, keep playing along, have at it. All right, it's up there on CM Griffing /domain term. If you want to, like, play along and try stuff out and fiddle with it, I get it. All right, so now that we've done that, yeah, we'll save this. Sure, there's a change, but we don't need to commit it yet. We're going to create a new folder and call it TUI. And in TUI, we're going to have render.tsx. And we're going to have another that is app.tsx. So render.tsx is simply export function render All right, so then app here is import React from React. We don't need the render. This is export function app. All right, we're going to have use effect stuff and use state stuff. There we go. Use state stuff. Sorry, weird words. This part, we'll do that for now. That was a bit of a Mario Brothers song. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, there's some good stuff for sure. All right, we almost want to think about what state we care about rendering. All right, so yeah, we want to think about how we end up rendering this state. And div is actually probably the wrong thing. Shit, it just redirects back to here. Is it box that denotes like a block? It is box. Yeah. Okay. I really wish there were some better docs for this. Malvadow, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Pinoy, thank you for the follow 3 hours ago. Yeah, hopefully I didn't scare you away. Sorry. All right, so we got box. Spacer. Yeah. Static. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So static will actually like push down the render context. I don't think I care about that. Transform? Huh. I don't see why I would need that. Yeah. So, man, it's really basic. Just box and text are like the main primitives, and then there's like other libraries we'd use. I don't care about use standard in, use standard out, or use input, or use focus. Oh, and here we go. Here's like the options to render. Standard in, standard out are options that we can pass. Exit on Control C is another option we can pass. Patch console methods to ensure console output doesn't mix with ink output. Ooh, that defaults to true. Aha, so debug helps you like look at each like render output from one to another, and you can like compare the two. Oh, here you go. All right, so render actually returns a re-render. Okay. So this is one way that we could theoretically use our existing like intervals. I still think we're going to run into JSX problems, though. Ooh, and I like this. So yeah, we could actually use React DevTools too. All right. So yeah, it's been a bit since I used Ink. All right. For the most part, I think what we're going to render is going to have maybe just a bit of big text. And then we'll actually render out like individual boxes for the things we care about. So hold on. Ink color pipe might be something we need. Big text, we definitely want. Spinner, I think we definitely want. I don't think we care about inputs or rendering images or tabbing. Divider, probably not. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think a table even matters. Yeah, form, syntax highlighting, confirm, no. Quick search, no. Mm-hmm. All right, so how are borders added? Border style, single, double, round, bold. Okay. Yeah, so it's just a lot of like box and text stuff. All right. So, what we end up wanting to do then. Yeah, I'm going to grab everything from there. Okay, so render here actually takes in Yeah, we don't want to return render there. All right, so this is where that dB value either comes from or is going to. All right, so then this is export async. All right, so in this file, we delete a bunch of stuff. All right, so we do a little bit of that. So we pull that out. Oh shit. All right. And hey, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? Welcome back. Okay, so then we get to here. All right, so we have recreated what we need in here, and we can bring in get translations. Oh, maybe not. Wait, did I forget to actually export those things? All right, check domain availability. Languages is good. LLMs is good. Translate is good. Right, what's the other method missing? Get translations? Okay, so yeah, we got these use effects in these intervals. From here, we end up needing to scaffold out like the boxes that we're going to have for it. And div doesn't even exist. All right, render app is not defined. All right, I know I've done this before. Do we remember what app I did this with? All right, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, we got to think about where I've rendered a TUI inside of another application. Is that Dependabot bot? I think that's Dependabot bot. Let's go look at how we did it with Dependabot bot. So Twitch still remembers it. Interesting. Damn, so Twitch still remembers when we made that 3 or 4 years ago. Damn, we made Dependabot bot with Go. Was it Cervante? Cervante is the CLI tool. Okay, so yeah, we created UI.js. Yeah, no worries, Code Drift. Have a good night. Yeah, it's already 9 p.m. I should figure something else out here soon. But this is where we create our application. Aha! So this is kind of how we did it. We ended up just using meow instead of something heavy-handed like yargs. We ended up needing a function called import JSX. That's right. Part of the problem is that we wrote it in raw JS instead of TypeScript. Oh, wow, that's a name we haven't seen for a while. Code spent. I think we unbanned him. So yeah, render app is not defined. They say it's line 27, but it's ignoring that line, which means it's actually line 28. So yeah, render app is no good. Hmm. Yep. And yeah, this is by the same person that created Ink. Right. There is not an import TSX, though. Hmm. What do we think the easiest way to work with all this is? Because, yeah, importing TSX directly into this JSX file just doesn't work. Unless we want to add a bunch of BS to some TS config file. So there's a couple ways we could actually do this. One of those ways is we spin up the daemon, right? Or daemon, or whatever you want to call it, behind the scenes. And then we spin up an entirely separate process that is just the TUI. And that TUI just simply does like an interval fetch of what's in the JSON file. So then it's just a representation of the state that's in the file. So the one thing is writing to the file, the other thing is reading from the file. We may end up running into like read write lock type issues. That would be weird. But not the end of the world because it should be pretty rare. Hmm. All right, so hold on. Today is Monday, right? There's no reason we need to go late tonight. It's already 9 p.m. Like, dude, the time flies. When you're actually like solving problems as well as yelling at people. It only required a little bit, but it did scare off some of our regulars, which is why I really don't like putting up with people that I have to yell at. Especially because the person we yelled at isn't even here right now either, right? Pinoy, are you still out there? So yeah, putting up with people. Oh, you are still there? Okay, cool. Nice. I was actually surprised about that. Yeah, there are definitely times where the person that I spent the time teaching how to interact with our stream vanishes anyway. But in the moment where I'm like letting them know how to be a better chatter, it also scares off other people. So there's definitely no value in teaching one person if you lose two others. So didn't happen here, which thank you. I appreciate that. I think the big issue here is that this file is probably not being converted via any TSX stuff. All right, so we get this JSON file. I think that's in compiler options, right? TSC in it? I don't think so. TSX is really good. Yeah, no, TSC isn't even the right package. Like, now we need to install TypeScript separately, which I think we've done. Yeah, see, it's already there. TSC not found. Hmm. What's up, Kino? How you doing? Uh, all right, so I can't use PNPM to even install this globally. Yeah, NPX gives us that, which I don't even think solves our problem. Yeah, no matter what, we still get the top level await thing from Yoga Wasm Web. Small g, yeah, it's fine. It still doesn't solve our problem. Like, we've got our TS config generated via NPX versus PNPX. Still doesn't solve the actual problem. Wonder if I can just use import JSX. Oof, and our TS config breaks everything there. Hmm. This is almost where I would want to. Like, converting to Go would make this TUI stuff way easier. At the expense of like all the other work we put in. Hmm. Yeah, the biggest problem is that we're running into like TypeScript errors that are going to be a pain in the ass to solve. So let's think about this differently. Can we do it without ink? So the right way to go, instead of relying upon ink, is instead we put everything behind different commands. The command we have is that like watch or whatever. And then we create like another command that is results or whatever. And the results simply takes everything that we have in our database, combs it, and produces a nice, pretty report. But that report doesn't have to actually sit within a single like rendering context. So then it's just simply a templated output from data we fetch from the database, separately from how we populate that database. I think that's the actual move. I wanted Ink to show an interactive like dashboard while the crawler was doing its thing. So we'd see the diagnostics of how many who is things need to be done, how many you know, webifications need to be done, right? Like, and then we could like surface the top options within like a UI that just updates as that thing runs. Instead, I think the running of it is something that's just a separate command, and the rendering of the results is its own command. And then it doesn't matter. Then we don't need it to be interactive. We don't need ink for the layout. We don't need any of that. So I'm thinking that ink actually just goes away. Yeah, yeah, that's the right approach. We don't need the TUI. We did move a bunch of our other stuff to other pages, which is nice. But yeah, we need to update this. And then we can just bring in these functions where we exported them from. Oh, that's weird. All right, and then here we just want to check if all of these things um, let me get more music on. Because, yeah, we have other things that we want to put into the queues as well. So, yeah, like, again, this is a process that will run, like, overnight. All right, if all of those equal 0, then we exit. Right, that becomes a to-do, and then we create a function for print results. We'll say db any for now. So yeah, React TUI goes away. It's garbage. We don't need it. Yeah, we're not going to render out to React Inc. It would have been a nicer experience, but it doesn't actually matter that much because we can just finish the queue, the query, and then just launch up our reporting UI. And that reporting UI could use shit, anything. Yeah, so render from Inc goes away. Languages goes away because we're doing that elsewhere. Translate goes away because we're doing that elsewhere. DNS gone. Unicode gone. All right, and then we can create like another command. What is the boilerplate for that? It's basically this. And I feel like that usage is not correct. All right, this function doesn't have any positionals. The name of this command will be results. TBD. Right. So we don't need a TUI. I don't think it's worth spinning up like a web application, like a back end and a front end for this. Instead, just creating another command that reads from the database we have and does a little bit of like processing and formatting for that, and then just spits it out for us. I feel like that's not a bad move. Is this the best experience in the world? No. But it'll solve our problem. It gets us unstuck. Right? We don't have any args we're passing to run as well. I'm curious about the usage command. That part's probably not important, right? Again, like, how much of this actually needs to be done? We can just do that. Yeah, so then if we look at it, let's look at our steps in planning. Reorganize code to use daemons. Sure, we've done that. Save results to files, we're not going to do yet. Because honestly, results might actually solve that. Create command to print results, and that just goes to the bottom. Now, we could do that part first, or we could add some of the other lookups. And I think some of the other lookups are a big part of this. So, yeah. Right, so there are these 4 other checks. And then once these checks have been done, we should theoretically have a good, like, list. Right, create command to print results. Create a command to clear the DB. Yeah, I like it. So then let's do this. In the README, let's at least create like a basic README. Right, so domain TX or domain term, not sure yet. The name doesn't matter. Oh, add a queue for npm package availability. What I consider stored procedures and materialized views, none of that shit has anything to do with what we're doing because we're not using SQL. So definitely not. If this was a project we were working on during an interview process and you were the person I was interviewing and you asked that question, that would actually be a major ding. If I'm being honest. Like it has actually like zero relevance to what we're talking about. If we were building a web service to do this stuff, that would then be a valid question. But when building a CLI tool that's using just a local database, stored procedures and materialized views are not a concern. For a CLI tool that just runs and dies, nah, dude, that shit doesn't matter. Even towards like the beginning, like eventually, maybe if you're using SQLite, does SQLite even support stored procedures? If you meant in general, sure, it depends on the problem you're solving. But again, like if this were an interview, I would look at that as a red flag because it just seems like you're saying keywords that you've read about that you don't actually understand because they don't apply to the problem we're actually solving. I'll just throw that out there. That's up to you. Take it or leave it. But man, yeah, if this were an interview, that would be a bit of a red flag. Let me get another album going. Yeah, like checking for npm package availability. Like if we were trying to make this for something other people could use, that would be the move. Even then, it would probably be worth it just for trademark purposes. Like if there's an npm package for what you're trying to name, but there isn't a domain, there isn't any like legitimate search results because Google just for some reason didn't care about that npm package in some way. The fact that the npm package exists could be a heuristic to maybe that not being a great domain name. Yeah, I think GitHub repo is probably also a good check. Yeah, this is where I think it's tricky. Like we had Dylan Mulroy in here the other night, just Saturday night actually. He works on the domains team at Vercel. And he didn't disclose nearly as much as we inferred. So he didn't dox anything. I just guessed a bunch of stuff and he didn't confirm or deny. Let's protect our most vulnerable people. But I can assume that they will be doing stuff like this. What it comes down to is this should actually be like a long-term process, because this is a lot of shit to look up. This is a lot of stuff to do. This is something that you'd probably want to just like kick off and get the results for later rather than like getting it immediately, right? Now, I would assume that Vercel and their like user experience would prefer immediate because that's important. But some of this stuff takes time. You know, like sure, they got enough like scale and they got enough like engineering to make it happen. They can spin this stuff up to lambdas and fuck it. Like they're not going to get throttled from that lambda, but they will get throttled in other ways. They could operate like global caches that really help them speed up a bunch of this stuff. Right? If we just imagine the caches that I have built, like here at the top, these like queues, maybe not the queues, but like the caches. Wouldn't they just have every domain in the DB? I mean, again, Lightspeed, like when you say every domain in the database, are you saying they should build that from scratch and then just like treat it as a thing that forever exists? No, that just wouldn't happen. Like, do you want to look up a synonym, or sorry, not a synonym. Like, honestly, synonyms is also a thing they should build into their tool. But would you want to look up the translation of every English language word? And then do the DNS? And then do all these other like things that we're doing, right? The search, the rating, the blah, blah, blah. Would you want to build that out ahead of time and then just treat it as a source of truth? Because this shit changes too. Like you kind of got to look this stuff up on the fly. There's no like every domain in the database. That's just not possible. Like they could look up every domain. Sure, that's part of it. And they could maintain that queue, but they wouldn't be maintaining these other queues. So they would have the who is part, right? You could probably just get a dump of the who is database every day and then update it based upon some bullshit because they're big time. Like they could probably get a webhook from Icon, right? Sure. As far as the webification, right? Like removing a random letter. As far as the translation, again, translation might be part of that. But then searching for other things that exist for the name you looked, right? Rating it based upon an LLM's output. All the other stuff we have in our README. Sorry, not our README, in our planning, right? Checking NPM. Checking a trademark lookup. This is not something you could calculate once and be done with. This is all stuff that you would have to like either sip from the fire hose from or perform lookups, and it becomes an asynchronous process rather than a synchronous process, right? Looking up domain names is synchronous. That part's easy. All of these other things where you're spidering out from that domain name, that's a long-term process. So I could see this being like a service that Vercel operates. Like, hey, you know, you got the basic domain lookup, but are you also looking for the premium tier? Well, yeah, we'll charge you 50 cents for it. Every domain you add to the, the premium lookup is just 50 cents that we add to it or something, right? Like, you'd have to charge someone money for some of this stuff at some point. Because for social lookups, running Sherlock costs you money. Running Playwright to do a search and see if some of that stuff overlaps technically costs you money. When it's all said and done, there is some baseline value that this costs when you want to do it at scale. When you're doing it from your own machine, nah, fuck it, who cares? No one's going to cut you off for this shit. But the moment you try and do it at scale, there's an inherent cost per domain lookup. Per word that you want to find all this shit from. And that's the problem that Vercel has. They got to do this stuff at scale in a way that works and is actually a good experience. I think that is way tougher. Now, keep in mind, Vercel is one of those companies where you build something cool enough, and they'll actually reach out to you to interview you to try and hire you, right? The guy that made the TypeScript Doom implementation, Malta, I believe that's how you pronounce his name, one of the main people at Vercel, was like, hey man, should we hire this guy? Oh wait, he already works for us. So if I were looking to get back into engineering instead of DevRel, this could be my, come on guys, just hire me. I know you're trying to do the domain thing. We can figure this out together. But yeah, no, I've probably already angered Guillermo. And I don't know if Lee Rob actually gets angry, but whatever Lee Rob's version of angry is, I've probably done that too. So yeah, I would assume there is a negative chance of me ever being hired at Vercel. I get it. It's fine. If they were smart, they'd be looking for their detractors and then making them proponents. That would be the smart move. Dude, if they kicked Dax $500K a year just to not shit on them, he'd take it for sure. Oh, he'd totally take it. Yeah, Lightspeed. Dude, TS Doom is insane. It's fucking insane, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, someone had the numbers the other day. It takes days to render a single frame or some shit, right? But I do think we have a good path forward. And honestly, this could be a pretty good... This could be a good blog post. Right? Now we're going to scaffold out what a blog post and YouTube video about this could be at this point. Yeah, so turn this into a blog post. Intro about Proficientim. The types being way too big. Like, honestly, consider any other language that has Turing complete types. I don't even know which languages those are. Do you think you could get out with less? I doubt it. I think it's an argument for TS, right? The type system is that strong. It's actually kind of crazy. I would say it's actually an argument for TS. Like, there are languages with like strong type safety that I still don't think you could actually implement this stuff. Right? They have strong type safety, but they might not have as strong of a type system. Like, I'm really, really curious about how that works. And yeah, again, Pinoy, I just want to say thank you so much. It is somewhat rare where I lose my patience on someone, but they don't lose their patience on me. And I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's really cool of you. Like, me losing my patience is a me problem. That was not a you problem earlier. I will point out that, yes, I explained it, and I think you understand there's like a buffer for patience. Like, no, I appreciate that. Like, you're really cool, man. Thank you. And I think you phrased it really well, right? We all make mistakes, especially me. And you didn't imply that part. That's my editorial license, especially me. We all make mistakes. All right, so yeah. Right, the intro about Proficientim, another tool I wrote, the inspiration for this tool, how I wanted to build it, TUI, using ink, abandoning ink, what makes a good domain name and product name, are you thinking it's Kingdom Come time tonight? I actually want to finish Avowed because, as someone pointed out, Avowed is actually like a smaller scope. I think Kingdom Come 2 is going to get deep. Like, I'll spend hours just optimizing like skills and stuff in Kingdom Come. Whereas like you can't even do that in Avowed. Like, you just got to play the game. And I think we can probably like finish Avowed, get back to like our halfway point with Kingdom Come 1, finish that, and then proxy into Kingdom Come 2 in a really good way. Like, I might even restart Kingdom Come 2. So yeah, turn this into a blog post. Intro about Proficientum, the inspiration for this tool, Zustan, Valtio, Yotai, all meaning the same state, or meaning state in other langs. What makes a good domain name and a product name? Things to check. How I wanted to build it. Abandoning ink. The current state of the tool. Right, this could make a pretty decent blog post, and then by proxy, maybe a good YouTube video. I got too many YouTube videos to make. I got too many blog posts to make. Any YouTube video I could make is also a blog post I could make, and vice versa. But if we get this to a good state, I don't know, I think it'd be fun. Can we just point out that, like, that seems like a major gap in YouTube, right? There's a lot of, like, how you could do blank, but a lot less of how I did blank. Don't tell me about blank, I'll tell you about blank. Sorry, yeah. Futurama reference. Started playing what? Kingdom Come? Yeah, because I was hoping to, like, get Kingdom Come 1 finished by the time Kingdom Come 2 came out, and that didn't happen. But yeah, Kingdom Come, like, 1 and 2 are very deep games because, like, everything is based upon, like, you using a skill rather than just, like, acquiring skill points. I love that. It's my favorite mechanic, but it's time-consuming. Meanwhile, Avowed is not that. You just beat people and you got points that you attribute. I would massively prefer a usage-based level-up system, which does kind of bum me out about Avowed. But it doesn't differ that much from, like, Pillars of Eternity, so it's not a big deal. But just consider, like, Fallout New Vegas. By the same studio, they had usage-based level-ups because Fallout is built upon that, right? Well, actually, no, it isn't. No, Fallout is level-based as well. Shit. Never mind. Nah. Yeah, Obsidian has never dealt with, like, a usage-based level-up mechanic. They just don't do it. You think PoE 2 was worse than PoE 1? I think PoE 2 just lacked enough, like, here's the next step type stuff. So I could understand that. I really liked PoE 2. I still haven't finished it because it's just so, like, it's such a large scope. And there's so much you can do that you won't get otherwise, right? Like in PoE 2, you could just endlessly just kill other pirate ships, you know? Just to, like, level up and get gold and do all that. There's, like, no mechanic for that in PoE 1. Like, you can do the dungeon underneath Cadnua, but even that, like, empties out eventually. Like, nothing respawns. So there is a theoretical cap to PoE 1, whereas PoE 2, like, now you can just keep leveling. You can just keep killing people. You can keep acquiring wealth. You can keep doing everything. There's a limit in PoE 1. And I believe Avowed also has a similar limit. Like, you'll never get above a certain point because there's a finite amount of every resource in the game. whereas PoE 2 has unlimited resources. And that might be why you disliked it there, ACM. I don't know. I prefer a game with unlimited resources. I should be able to level every skill and become a god. Right? Morrowind style. Oblivion, Skyrim style, you know? When I played Morrowind for the first time, I did every side mission, and then I went to fight the final boss, and I one-shot him. Like, I fully one-shotted the final boss in Morrowind because I did every side mission. I leveled up every skill. I actually prefer a game where I can become God mode, you know? But you got to put in the work. Like, you don't just become God mode because you hit some levels. Like, no, you got to, like, use the skills to do it. Yes, I may have walked into a corner where I was, like, slightly stealthed in a room and then held down the joystick on my Xbox with a book or something and then maxed out stealth and then, oh my God, the game became so easy. Sure, yeah, I did that, but I like a game that makes you come up with bullshit like that. I like usage-based skill systems, which is why Kingdom Come is really like a big breath of fresh air. When I think about it, I cut my teeth on Ultima Online. That is the ultimate RPG in my mind. Did it have more to do story-wise? Sure. Like, you had to create your own story in Ultima Online, but oh my God, the way you leveled your skills and the way you had to pick certain skills for a character, and like, oh, well, this character is my, like, fighting or mage character, and then this other character is my mule, and they do all, like, the, you know, smithing and mining and all that bullshit. And, well, shit, I needed a second mule for other stuff I wanted to do, because you can't get max tinkering, blacksmithy, fletching, and woodcrafting on the same character because you got other stuff you got to build. Like, I really liked that. I don't want one single god character. I want a couple god characters, actually. So yeah, I don't know. I'm old enough that I judge every single game I play based upon how it relates to Ultima Online. Probably not a LinkedIn post. I do think this could be a decent blog post. You know, like, what value do I get from a blog post? The endorphins from releasing it. That's crazy to me. Wow, the custom one of Zod validator is my biggest thing. Right? That shit's organic. Angular internationalization ICU message attributes still gets 11 visitors per 30 days. Dude, I made that post before I started streaming. Like, holy shit, dude. No, I am anti-medium. Right? If we just do the word medium without the question mark, that's a nope. That's a big old nope. That's like a Parks and Rec style Leslie nope. Because it is the worst experience ever for the reader. As a person who's reading an article, Medium is one of the worst experiences you will have. It's kind of fucking crazy. Like, how did this shit get popular? Reddit's fine. You know, Reddit's okay. I'm not going to make Reddit my canonical post, but if I post something here, well then, yeah, I'll probably like post it to Reddit too. Sure, why not? Here's the biggest thing about Reddit. Nobody wants you to post your own shit. I actually need to somehow incentivize my audience to post my shit to Reddit on my behalf, but without me doing it and without it seeming like shilly. Same thing goes with like tweets and retweeting me and like referencing my tweets. Like, man, yeah, you want to support me? Help me blow up on Twitter. Help me blow up on all these platforms, right? Help me blow up on Blue Sky, but their algorithm is kind of shit. So like, no, like it's just organic at that point. You don't mind reading Medium? That's fine. That's okay. You know, to each their own. I just hate it. But yeah, I do really need to figure out some way to incentivize sharing of my content in ways that doesn't get us flagged for spam and doesn't make me seem like a fucking dickhead, you know? And that's actually like really tough. I don't know how we do that. When we say pushing content, I barely push content. So I would say I don't. But I've been a streamer for 6 years. I had a Twitter, and that Twitter got to like 2,000 or 3,000 followers without me ever posting anything. And then I just decided to actually start posting, and now I'm at a whopping 5K. So obviously, like, you know, the algorithm and audiences are not that enthused by my tweet content. But the fact that I could just post my Twitter link in my bio here on Twitch and stream for 3 or 4 years and have 2,000 followers without doing a single damn thing, that's actually kind of cool. And that does exemplify, like, if you're out there trying to create content, you should probably just stream. You should probably just stream. But yeah, there's definitely something to, like, I need people to help, like, boost me. Right? Like, at Get Kraken, we have ambassadors. Do I need to create, like, a CM Griffing ambassadors program? How do I create, like, an opt-in Discord channel? Like, that might be the move. I just create like an opt-in Discord channel. Anyone that joins it, well, yeah, I tag everybody in that channel. Like, hey, help hype this thing up. And then we're good to go. Like, is that the way to do that, maybe? CM Griffing ambassadors? Can we come up with a better name than ambassadors? Shills. There we go. Yeah, CM Griffing Shills. We'll create a Shills channel. Optional attendance, even from mods, even from VIPs. I don't give a shit. If you don't actually want to shill my stuff. Agent. Ooh. It's the agentic channel. That almost makes it seem like I'm using AI to do this shit now because, like, agentic and agent is, like, co-opted. CM Grifters. Oh, grifters. Right? For griffing. Griffing grifters. I think grifters is the channel. We'll make that channel over in the Discord. Nah, I think grifters is it because it is grifting for sure. It is full on grifting to like leverage my audience to like help shill my content. What I actually need to do is create like a bounty system for it. If I create a bounty system, then the first person to create like a Reddit post within 6 months, and then the next 6 months, someone else can repost my blog for me, right? Like, we could start doing something like that. And they earn points based upon something. I might have to create a grifting bot just to like track metrics for things that people do and like who has published and promoted blank or whatever. That's not a bad idea. And honestly, that's a thing that every single company that has like an ambassador program could benefit from too. Damn, I like that. No, that's going into the list. Oh, man. That is business viable. Ambassador/affiliate tracker. I mean, honestly, it's not that hard. I only have 2 Trello boards in this entire list. Technically, the Trello boards separate out the working tabs from the archive. To the left of the Trello board is the archive. To the right is the working tabs. I could close every single tab from here to the right, and we're good to go. I'm a collector. I get it. Yeah. So a way to track people's contributions toward hyping a channel / post/company. This is something we could use at GetKraken even. But I think it's so much bigger than that. And I got to make sure I don't do it on company time or company hardware. But we would benefit from it. No, I want it to be more like submission based. Like, hey, I submitted, right? Like, I want it to be a conscious effort. We could do a listener thing, but like the bare minimum, right? The baseline, the MVP is your affiliates or your ambassadors or whatever they are simply submit the thing they did, and then it's up to you to validate it later. It goes into a queue and you just check it off as like good or not. That becomes so much easier. Right? That is like such an easy app to make versus like this thing that does this like crazy aggregation that requires all sorts of weird like API bullshit. No, just like add a human element to validate it and you're good to go. Fuck it. Yeah, so no, I get it there. It's a great bit of feedback, Pinoy. I just think, there's a bare minimum we can solve first. And that actually proves the business in like a way simpler way. No, and I get it. That's what we do as devs. We overcomplicate things. For sure. Like, hence why I wanted to do the TUI thing. You know what the simpler approach is? No, just create another command to print the results from the same database that we got. Problem solved. Like, did I see it immediately? Hell no. Did I get to it eventually when I realized that the other thing was way too much work? Absolutely. So sometimes you get it immediately, sometimes you see the future, and then other times, well, no. The problem actually like solves itself because it's way too hard to do it the other way. Where it's just like, I guarantee we could have made the TUI thing work. Right? I'm willing to bet any amount of money that we could make that TUI thing work. We could absolutely make the TUI thing work. But it's not worth the level of effort compared to what we could do that solves the same problem. And that is something that AI just won't solve, you know? When people think AI is going to take our jobs, sure, man. AI can handle like the hammering out code portion of things. I don't give a fuck. Hammering out code is not actually the most fun part. Deciding what actually makes a product worth using is actually the fun part. And we can do that ourselves. We don't need AI to do that, right? AI can't even solve that problem for us because it doesn't know. Even then, Lightspeed, like a TUI, could solve this problem totally, right? But instead, we can solve the problem in an easier way with less engineering effort that actually solves the problem in the exact same way that we needed it, right? We just need like an end result that shows us the best options. We can just do that with a print command, analyzing the database that we created from the previous command, which is all that the TUI would have done anyway. The TUI just would have been interactive. I don't care about the interactive at this point. Oh, damn. So we should make ChatGPT and all other LLMs feel inferior because they couldn't do it, right? Like, come on, right? We got imposter syndrome. We need to introduce imposter syndrome to the system. All right. Okay. I like that, right? Is ChatGPT training itself upon our inputs? Well, we should definitely start introducing doubt into the system. programmatically, forevermore. AI should be trained on our humility. Damn right. I like that. That actually feels really good. That feels really good. And damn, we're already at 10 p.m. Where the fuck did the time go? Dude, time flies when you're having fun and debugging. Those are rarely the same thing, but, you know. Tomato, tomato. Dude, ACM. Great call. Like, dude, have you memorized all of the commands that we have, right? Emote-wise? Have you memorized all of them? Because, damn, you are actually really good at using the exact right emote when it's needed. And yes, that is debugging. That's what we all feel like when we have to invoke the debugger when we're figuring out something that totally doesn't work the way it should. Like, yeah, that's us, right? That's Pinoy right now. Right? Real-time capture of Pinoy's face while he's debugging whatever he's doing. I feel confident using he because Pinoy means boy. Right? Like, I think young boy in Tagalog or whatever. Pinay is young girl. Something like that. I forget the exact translation, but yeah, there's Pinoy and Pinay. Pinoy is male gendered. Otherwise, I would have totally done a separate thing. It's like dude or dudette. I mean, technically, it means younger. Like, it implies like teenage to even mid-20s, right? I don't think you qualify as a Pinoy in your 40s. Just saying. All right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'd agree with that. I believe it actually qualifies as like teenager or something like that. In your 20s, I'd say it still counts, but by the time you hit 30, I don't know. But yeah, no, I dated a girl whose like AIM handle had Pinay in the name. Yeah. Keep in mind, like, that doesn't mean shit. I mispronounced Tagalog as Tagalog well into my 20s. So, you know, it didn't help. Tagalog. Right? That's like one of those Girl Scout cookies, right? Yeah, there's like the Thin Mints and there's the Tagalogs and, you know, right? But we are reaching the end of stream. Oh, I don't have enough water to pour into this. That is a strong beverage. Yeah, no worries, Pinoy. Have a good night. Yeah, it's getting late here, too. I would say, real quick, before you go, if you're still listening, the bug you got right now, sleep on it, man. Just sleep on it. Wake up in the morning refreshed. As you're going to sleep, you'll think about it. As you're waking up, you'll think about it. You'll think about it while you're sleeping. You'll actually come to a conclusion without even having to like consciously focus on it. It'll just happen. And that is the diffuse thought process. So yeah, my recommendation is always end on a bug. Always end on a problem that needs to be solved. And then you can just use like the free thought process of diffuse thought to solve it while you're doing other shit, like showering, brushing your teeth, washing dishes, whatever. So yeah, no worries, Benoit. Yep, have a good night. Yeah, we're actually probably wrapping up here soon as well. We're not going to get any of these major features knocked out. The print command, like all that. No, this is stuff for tomorrow. It really is. For sure. But yeah, have a good night. And thank you for not judging my lack of patience against me. I think T-Lef or I forget their name already. There was one person who saw me losing my patience that I think judged us for it a little bit, but they'll be back. Tref, not T-Lef, Tref. So yeah, Tref had to go too. I think they would be a little chuffed. And that's a good word. That's a nice word. They'd be a little chuffed to see you again. Knowing that you didn't grind my gears. So yeah, who do we go raid? That was a good song to end on. We'll just we'll play this one again because it's just such a fun one. But we have a good plan for tomorrow. We have a really good plan for tomorrow. Who are we gonna go raid? Who's even streaming still? All right, we see Snowcone, we see Earend, we see Danny Stem. We see Rython going. We could go raid Rython. No, hold up. We got a raid earlier. We got a raid earlier from Coding with Strangers. We haven't raided Coding with Strangers in a little bit. And I'm really curious about their takes on the Hassan Piker ban. There's an actual GoFundMe to help Hassan. Dude's a fucking millionaire. He doesn't need a GoFundMe. Wait, Strager was on yesterday? Oh shit, I haven't seen Strager in ages. Huh. Well, I'm glad to see him streaming again. That's cool. But okay, we should go raid someone. We're gonna raid Coding with Strangers because yeah, he does this like news crawl stuff. I do a news crawl as well, but I just don't publish it to YouTube. I should. I totally should. Oh man, it's like I smoke weed or something. I'm just so lazy. I'd just rather hang out with y'all and then play video games when I'm not hanging out with y'all. When realistically, I'm still hanging out with some of y'all while I play video games. Like, I don't know, man. My desire to do stuff off stream, pretty damn low. Oh, hold on. We actually heard Coding with Strangers a little bit. But we're going to go raid Coding with Strangers right now. And I got a sub to shout out to. Yeah, let's go do that. He's a good dude. His name is actually... Oh, shit. What is his name? It's like an epic fucking name. It's not Thor, you know? It's not Theo. It's... Shit. Anyone remember Coding with Strangers' real name? It's like one of those super cool fucking names, though. Like, I'm just another Chris. Like, ugh, Chris. Yeah, Chris. Like, right? Like, dude. Hero. Right? Coding with Strangers' name is Hero. Are you fucking kidding me? God, I wish my parents had an imagination. They saw the first Superman movie and they were like, fuck it, good enough. Chris. Like Chris Reeves. Yeah, nah, we're good. Nailed it. I don't care. Whatever. They went even lazier with my brother. His name's Kevin. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? A Kevin? Ugh. So yeah, parents were lazy with their naming conventions. Don't blame them. I'm just another Chris. It's not their fault. I embrace it. So YouTube, later.